Race 2, Prince of Pennies. She was also very excited about the ride that Gutierrez put in on this one. She was sitting down there and she said, got the bug boy a win. And she said, I was tickled to death with the way he rode that horse. So congratulations to Jose. 1260 on that one.
Yeah. Meadow Value was also in the same colors for Michelle Elliott in that dash, but it was Prince of Pennies getting the victory. Jose Gutierrez going right on offense, took the ball and ran with it, and holds off JJ's Ranger Meadow Value for the 1-3 Michelle Elliott finish on yesterday's card, 110.37. And again, yesterday the track was producing some fast times here as it was upgraded to good later on in the card. Then along comes Dr. Alex is in. This under jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Dr. Alex is in and holding them at bay over Oilman. Dr. Alex is in made a house call at 11-1. Dave
and
Johnson
this was
liked
their,
that,
and this was the highest one, 25-20 here for this one. Just wow, what a nice payout there.
And then along comes Hydro Frost. As we see, it was a day kind of that the favorites kind of went down swinging. There were a couple winning favorites on the card and some nice price horses too that boosted up those exotics. Along comes Hydro Frost, and the gray just led the way from start to finish. Another strong ride here on the front end by jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Hydro Frost making it 3 wins on yesterday's card, a first career hat trick for trainer Michelle Elliott. And you know the best part of Michelle's 3 wins? Only 100 calories each.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah, they were very excited. We were very excited for them. So let's keep her wins rolling here today.
Today, speaking of our Wednesday racing program at Horseshoe Indianapolis, of course, we love our contests here, starting off with Julie's Legends on Mondays, the Jockey's Agent contest on Tuesdays, and today, for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors, Wednesdays are for winning after all. And this is available for those players on track. You can pick up those tip sheets, not only from Racing Rachel, but also Brian Aragoni and Martha Clausen with a couple of quarter horse dashes today. Free tip sheets, first floor OTB, and sign up for today's contest. It's yours, Rachel, Racing Rachel's Warriors.
Yes, there's a weekly prize every single Wednesday, $100 for first, $75 for second, $25 for third. You must hit that top spot each week to play in the final for $2,000 and in an HC seat. Join us. It's completely free. And gosh, we have so many contests that are online. I'm kind of glad this one's exclusive. We don't have to offer them all online. Let's add a little, a little bonus for the people who come here. So be sure to head down to the program stand, see Peg, and she'll get you signed up.
Darby Cullifer is an intern, marketing intern with us here this year at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So too is the University of Arizona's Nathan Klein, of course. And Nathan next week will be calling some races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, jumping into the booth for a few as we go through next week's racing program here. But for right now, Nathan also giving us some fun notes. As an old track statistician that I used to be, putting notes in the program, always appreciate those and let Nathan know that. In fact, today, Randy Klopp, he's the leading trainer here this season, but Nathan pointing out in today's daily notes, 100th start of the season for Randy Klopp, who also tops the leaderboard.
Yeah, Good Sugar is the first horse this season to race 5 times at Horseshoe. Klopp will be the first trainer to start 100 times this season at Horseshoe. Tale of Fame and Mr. Negativity. And then Tale of Fame is the oldest horse to finish in the top 3 in a race this year at Horseshoe. I love that. 10 years old. We saw some nice older horses yesterday. I was talking, I was more talking about handicapping than handicapping, but I love seeing those older horses that are still fit and still winning and still putting up good numbers, because as like the crazy horse girl, I'm always like, can you make them stop and let me feed them and spoil them for the rest of their lives? And yeah, so I just thought that was pretty cool. Stats for him in this first race as well, we're 35 minutes to. He did say Cupid's Runaway has twice as many wins as the second most winning horse in this race. With 10 wins from 13 outs, he's undefeated in 6 starts at 5.5 furlongs. So great job, Nathan, on your notes. He's doing great. And he came up, we kind of divided the social media push for Indiana Derby between,
Nathan
the interns and Nathan, a great tidbit for the new New York bred. And gosh, does that horse have some fans on social. Everyone from New York Racing was like, whoa, this horse was the best. And I was like, go Nathan, nice little pick. So yeah, Darby and I are kind of putting those together, and the boys are going to help us get some good content. So yeah, good job, Nathan. You're doing great.
Don't forget, and As we talk about, in a moment, we'll talk about the Indiana Derby Day and how to get your reservations in. Be sure to. But right now, I want to remind everybody, because there'll be no live racing here on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So this coming Friday, though, of course, Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. We're all about entertainment here, not only on Wire to Wire, but our thoroughbred and quarter horse racing program, hopefully providing you with entertainment, some excitement, maybe some winners, but also summer concert series. It's free. It's on the apron here on Friday night, trackside at 7 o'clock. It is Stella Luna and the Satellites. They'll be headlining the apron here, the trackside, on Friday.
Yeah, Aaron, show a little highlights from the last concert.
We have highlights?
He showed me. He said no. He showed me
That was a
some
resounding no in the
people who were
IMD.
shaking it on Friday, having a great time. I love to see it.
I like to dance.
Yes, I do too. And I'm telling you, I saw the footage. I was in the AV room and everyone was dancing. And if you would like to come out, hang out on our apron, we set up the big stage and everyone hangs out. We have food trucks and live entertainment. It's a lot of fun. It's completely free. So come out this weekend to see Stella.
They're a high energy
They are.
band too, yeah. Stella Luna and the Satellites.
know.
It's free right there, trackside, 7 o'clock this coming Friday. There'll be no live racing again after we wrap up Thursday's program here, the next live race card the following week. Speaking of Indiana Derby, of course, fast approaching. Won last year by Dragoon Guard for Juddmonte, those famous silks, trained by Brad Cox under jockey Florent Giroux, who rode here yesterday, by the way, with Sia. Don't want to be ya, before heading back to Kentucky.
Flo knows his way around the Indiana track, doesn't he?
Indiana Derby reservations. You can reach out to Beth at 317-421-8801. In addition to the, of course, Grade 3 Indiana Derby producing the winner last year, there's the 2024 champion Dragoon Guard, also the Indiana Oaks. But we'll have a lot of activities for the entire, all of our fans really, to enjoy, families that are joining us here, horsemen as well. And just reach out to Beth at 317-421-8801. That big day coming up on Saturday, July 5th.
I am so excited. We're going to have a free cigar rolling station. We're going to have the $2,500 Legends contest sponsored by the HBPA. We're also going to have a $3,000 Indiana Derby mega bet drawing completely free. You get $1,000 to place place show bet on the Indiana Derby. If you win, you get to keep all the money. We had a huge hit on Kentucky Derby Day that I missed, which I was very upset about. Magic Mary selfie station, NHC qualifier Friday and Saturday. Doug is coming. He texted me, and Doug Bradar. And then also, can't wait to see our buddy. And then also, we are going to have the Win Picture promotion. If you want to get in a Win Picture in the winner's circle with the winning horse, sponsored by Itoba, you can sign up for that for free. So just a little bit of everything, huh, John?
You should just stick around and join us next year here for Kentucky Derby Day.
I am.
Okay.
That 100% confirmed that will be the case.
Today, Racing Rachel's Warriors. Don't forget Monday's contest. It's
Warriors.
Dooley's Legends, but there'll be no contest on Monday, August the 4th. Have no fear, Dooley's Legends not going anywhere. It'll be the Monday contest, but we're moving Monday's card, August 4th. I know we're talking
Yes.
about, of course, we've got July 4th, July 5th, and Indiana Derby Day, but just looking forward, just mark down on your calendars, there'll be no live racing that Monday, August 4th, and for a good reason. It'll be Silks and Roses here. We're adding a Friday card, August the 8th. It'll be an evening card, and it's certainly for a good cause.
Yeah, we're super excited for the event. We are going to add, like he said, a Friday. So our schedule changed just a little bit, but we'll have a graphic for you and more information about it here
get
shortly.
closer.
We're going to do a women's handicapping challenge, so it's going to be a great time.
Excellent. Cheers to our sponsors. We're a half hour away from the first of the day. Really looking forward to Cupid's Runaway in this sprint to kick off an all 10 race main track card labeled Muddy. And again, off the turf today, but our big sponsors this year in 2025, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, Breed Development, and let's go to the winner's circle. Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Murphy Trailer Sales back with us as our Winner's Circle sponsor for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2025. B&H Electric, they are our tote board and starting gate sponsor again this year. B&H Electric has locations in town, also in Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Indiana's Giant Hubler, locations here in Shelbyville and in Franklin. Their website is drivehubler.com. Of course, we've got those terrific Ford trucks parked right there on the apron for all of you to see. There they are, really leaning toward the red one. The black is also cool. Look at that Big Daddy on the left there, ready to drive off. And you can go to
It's working because they sold the other one that was there.
Who should they contact, by the way?
They should go in and ask for Hog. He'll take care of you. He's the manager, and also you have Devin, the general manager. Just go in there and be like, Rachel sent me here to test drive some trucks.
DriveHubler.com. Social media-wise, we've got you covered each and every racing day. In fact, day 2 of Royal Ascot, so is partaking over coffee this morning.
I have to pre-record my segment today because I've been shoved to the side. I'm just excited to be included because there's so much coverage going on for Royal Ascot, and
brilliant.
John's already lost a bunch of money betting. So
yeah, I was up yesterday, but then down today. So a couple of days of
you'll
Royal
get
Ascot.
it back. You're good at the European horse. I'm not.
$25, so not too.
Yeah.
Only lost a few quid.
I can only cover so much.
On
There's
social
only
media,
so much can fit in this brain.
On X, that brain, at Racing Rachel Lamb. You can follow me at John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen. Martha, we're going to keep Martha busy today. She's got a couple of quarter horse dashes to take care of yesterday. There was a long odds winner, a double-digit winner of the finale yesterday. So Martha Clausen hoping to get back on track in the win column with a couple of quarter horse dashes in the 9th and 10th on this all-main track card here today. Martha on X at Martha Clausen, and Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5 on X at Mr. B. Analyst. Track-wise, we also have you covered not only on X but also on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. So really the story of the day, 10 race card, again all main track cards were off the turf. Main track muddy as we get closer to a nice sprint opener, but certainly Chris mentioned from WRTV6, that weather forecast, it looks like the weather is going to come into play. So after the first race, we're going to kind of move the card along as the best we can. And again, we'll be keeping our eyes on the skies.
And we really appreciate your understanding in this matter.
Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Yes, and please.
Brian Aragoni standing by. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Racing Rachel, stand by. Brian Aragoni after a quick commercial break talking about the 50-cent early pick 5. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying, we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Welcome back to a Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to you, the racing fan. Hopefully at a successful Royal Ascot. But either way, you've made it halfway through the week. So that is something to cheer for as we inch ever so closely to the weekend. Still another day of racing as well. Race on Thursday as well. We've had jam-packed month thus far with Saturday racing. And now only 18 days away from the Indiana Derby as well. So there is nonstop racing action from April to November here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Well, let's take a look at this early pick 5 ticket, and I'm going to single the Win Machine, Cupid's Runaway. You've got two choices with a 3 to 5 morning line favorite. Single and just accept it that this horse loves to win, now 10 wins from 13 starts, or try to beat the favorite and pitch the horse completely. I was utterly impressed last race, 1-5, and ran like a 1-5 should. Dominated that group. This horse is always taking action and always winning. The bettors love Cupid's Runaway, and he has rewarded them with success. Looking for an incredible win, number 11 in 14 starts. Strictly the horse to beat today, but maybe a little tough for a win wager. But Chili on the board right now, 6-5 actually. So we're going to single Cupid's Runaway. If you were to take a look at some others, and maybe you don't want to single a 3-5 shot on the morning line, maybe you use the 3 and the 4. The other Randy Klopp trainee who should get a great pace set up, because Zappin' It is going to keep Cupid's Runaway company on the front end for Rogelio Labra as well. I think Zappin' It will be the value of the race. Cupid's Runaway, though, your most likely winner, and therefore I will single the 5 in race number 1. Race number 2, we kick off the $1 minimum pick 4. It's been a hit all season long. I believe yesterday it paid over $4,000 for $1 play in those pick 4s. A lot of people feel they're a little bit easier. One less race, one less race to deal with that variance. 5.5 furlongs on a muddy track. Scratch number 5, YOLO Santiago. A lot of people are going to key in on David Jacobson. Why not? He wins at 38%. The man is a great trainer. He's winning a lot of races at a very high percentage. He owns and trains Business Model, who's 6 for 36. However, this horse who was a voided claim for claiming $16,000 at Churchill, withdrawn both in March and April from claiming, and now in for $5,000. Make what you want of that. Might be a little bit short in here. There is some concern that the horse, may need a race over the track to show his best stuff. 2, 3, 4, and 6. If I was accurate in my handicapping, I likely would have just used the 2, 3, 4 because there's not going to be much value in using the 6, as I expect Business Model to be odds on a favorite when it's all said and done, but is also likely the most likely to win this race. So if you're looking to cut costs, maybe pitch out the 6-5 favorite, 2, 3, and 4. I did use the 6 in the pick 5 as well. Race number 3 will be back on that main track all day long, a muddy main track at that, 1 mile and a 16th. Scratch number 3, Mi Sargento out of this race. I thought this was a challenging handicapping endeavor. I'm 4, 5, 7, and 8. No true confidence in here. If I may draw your eye to Embrujo de Amore. As you can tell, I am not fluent in Spanish, but I do know Antonio Duran loves to win races, and so does Rancho Monarca LLC. They get Fernando de la Cruz, the 32-time winner on the season, aboard, and he was aboard last time out, where this horse deserved much better fate at 6-1. Hopefully we'll get somewhere near that price today. It was the first time stretching out for this 3-year-old gelding by Mineshaft, and he loved the added ground. It was the second time on Lasix, second off the layoff, and now he's second time stretching out. He broke sharp. He did get an easy lead in that first quarter. You can see he went 25 flat, so he didn't really have any excuses to back up, but he didn't. He repelled the chalk throughout, and he got nailed by a long shot Air Charger, who took advantage of a perfect trip. But I noted that he held off the heavily backed favorite. He won the battle, he lost the war, and he re-rallied in the gallop out. I think he will be stronger today, second time going 2 turns for the 5 at 9-2 morning line. Race number 4, a key one for many horizontal players, including yours truly. We are off the turf. However, we do kick off the late fire 5 in race number 4. With being off the turf, there is a plethora of scratches. I think the favorite could go through big air. Mike Maker, Joe Ramos, the jockey-trainer combination is going to command respect, and respect they will receive, just not on my pick 5 ticket. I think Dairy Girl deserves a look, despite being 0 for 10. This is a horse who ran in a very fast race and broke sharp, went to the lead early, was swarmed midway through the turn. I didn't love the response. In fact, there was no response when Cedillo said go. Dairy Girl did not accelerate. However, that final time did come back very respectable, 1 mile and a 16th in 146.67. I think the race may have made Dairy Girl look a little worse than she actually performed, and now she goes second start off the layoff and second time at this racetrack. I think there's upside with Dairy Girl. Theatrics is the horse to beat, though, for Georgie Arnold. Gavin Ashton doing very well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Brown Sugar is a Chad Brown runner. This one faced that Chad Brown runner last time out and absolutely won the race very easily. I thought Theatrics ran admirably, led them a really long ways, and handled the distance well. Second time going 2 turns today will improve, and another one who is second time over this racetrack. So while there's some others to take a look at in here, I'm going to key in on the 6 and the 11 as we move along to race number 5, kicking off that Itoba $1 minimum pick 4. Try and take advantage of those low takeout opportunities here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got low takeout opportunities throughout your betting menu. However, the key features are if you're a horizontal player, 11.99% takeout in the pick 5s, only 15% takeout in the pick 4s. You cannot overlook those if you want to win races. I'm going to play against speed bias in here. Ron Moquette, he's 0 for 1. He's only sent one other horse here. He's not sending a ton here until he starts to win races at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to continue to play against horses with a ton of back class that are showing up not in good form. They're frankly just not in great form. You can say, how dare you say this horse is not in good form? Just ran third in the grade 3 Essex handicap over at Oaklawn Park. So 6-horse field, beat 3 horses home and lost by 7 lengths at 14-1, and then they tried a 1.5 miles. I also don't like horses cutting back from 1.5 miles to a 1.16 in my opinion, at least from what I've seen through experience. When you go 12 furlongs and then cut back, it just deadens their speed a little bit. Their stamina's there, the endurance is there, but oftentimes the quickness and that turn of foot, and it takes a while to get back. So I've got my questions on speed bias, and I think there's some others to take a look at in here. Go Emmy, a horse for course, maybe up against it from a class standpoint, but is 6 for 7 in the trifecta here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hearn is another horse who I think is unique and interesting. Second time over this racetrack. Didn't show much at all, but was entered into an optional 62.50 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and ran into some tough foes. Transect, Gunno, and Midnight West. Those are some real monsters. I think that horse will improve today. Obviously, Presidential and Archie the Giza could run very well. How about Riley Mott? He's winning at 67%. I mean, he ships to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and him and his owners just hear ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Fernando de la Cruz, second start off the layoff, making the Horseshoe Indianapolis debut today. It's been some time since that horse has won, but he certainly deserves a look. So we'll play against speed bias, and that's how we see it. For the early pick 5, we may be off the turf, but yesterday, off the turf fooled many people. $105,000 payout in our pick 5. Yesterday, a big pool, a big payout. What more do you need? You don't necessarily need turf racing to try to find some value. We had value along the way yesterday. We had some long shots. We also had some middle-priced horses, $12.60. $9 later on in that card. The payouts continued to pay well despite being off the turf. I think it's fool's gold to believe that if there's a surface change, it saps away all the value. Yesterday we saw the complete opposite, $105,000 payoff in the horizontals. We had great days, exactas, trifectas, superfectas, all paying very well. I expect that trend to continue here as we're 16 minutes away from the opener. And music to my ears, John G. Dooley trying to recover his Royal Ascot money here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as we are 15 minutes away from the opener. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running on a Wednesday before you know it.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us. 10 races carded all. Main track affair. We're off the turf. Main track is muddy during first start. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. In the sprint opener, There are no scratches. 2 Lucky's Joy, a jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz rides the 2 Lucky's Joy in race 1. From the second race, scratch number 5, YOLO Santiago. With a scratch, no superfecta wagering. Scratch number 5, YOLO Santiago. In the third race, maiden, number 3, Mi Sargento has been scratched. Scratch the 3, Mi Sargento. 8, Save My Town, a jockey change to Alberto Burgos. Alberto Burgos on 8, Save My Town. In the fourth, Off the Turf. Fourth race, maiden, will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Bougie Beach. 3, Rainbow Rania. Take out the 4, Good Going. Scratch number 5, Oraculus. 7, Starship Liberty is out. Scratch the 8, Hayaka. 10, Tarshi withdrawn. Scratch 12, Emissary. 13, Livin' La Vida Coco. And take out the 16, Run Lily. All main track card, no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Recapping, scratch 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, and the number 16. All have been scratched. After the maiden race 5, starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Here no scratches. Number 1, Speed Bias, a jockey change to Jareth Ludbury. Jareth Ludbury on the 1, Speed Bias. On to the 6th race we go. Here's scratch number 4, She's a Whirlwind. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch the pentafecta and the 4, She's a Whirlwind. 5, Sierra Empire, jockey change to Sammy Bermudez. On number 5, Sierra Empire, Sammy Bermudez. In the 7th race, Off the Turf. This maiden will now be run on the main track over the flat mile. Scratch 1, Revs Muster. 2, Bet on Brent. 4, Sharp Strike. 6, Vino Caldo. Take out the 8, Caradia. And scratch the also eligibles. Scratch all of the AEs. 11, Predecessor, through the 16, Atomic Snow. No superfecta wagering. No pentafecta. Scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 through the number 16. All have been scratched. Number 3, Liquor Talk. A jockey change to Alberto Burgos. First time gelding. 3, Liquor Talk. Alberto Burgos rides to number 3. Liquor Talk also a reported first time gelding. And another jockey change in there for the 7, Chao Tomaso to Orlando Mexica. Orlando Mexica rides the 7, Chao Tomaso, in the maiden. Race 8 is Off the Turf. This will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 3, True Violence. 4, Passing Judgment. 5, Pool Guy. 8, Step in Silver. Take out the 9, Jeopardy Theory. Scratch 12, Sovereign's Joy. 14, Ice Express. 15, Czar Twinnis, and the 16, Curvino. Scratch the 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12, 14, 15, and the number 16. 13, Conquering Cat draws in as a main track only entrant for Chris Davis, and the jockey will be Mitchell Murrow. There is a jockey change. Main track only entered. Number 13, Conquering Cat. Make the rider there, Mitchell Murrow. A couple of quarter horse dashes in the 9th race. Over the 350, no changes. 10th race, quarter horse dash over the 440 yards. Muddy track, headwind. Here, scratch in the 10th. Scratch 5, RR Crown This Jess. Scratch number 5 in the finale. No rider changes. 2, Mercy I'm Hot is 5 pounds over the listed program weight. And in fact, there is a rider change for the 9, Thor's Enemy to Edgar Diaz. Scratch number 5, the change of jockey on page 30 of your track program. 9, Thor's Enemy, Edgar Diaz, rides the number 9, and the 2 is 5 over in the finale. Mostly cloudy, mid-80s. All main track hard, main track labeled muddy. We'll have the starter sprint opener due off in 9 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race at the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Main track muddy, a field of 6. Number 2, Lucky's Joy, a jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. All 6 run. Fernando de la Cruz rides number 2, Lucky's Joy. Race 1 of 10 carded, all main track card, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, 50-cent early pick 5 start. Muddy track, 3 minutes. Post time in 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track muddy. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Manny Esquivel with Tay. Now Fernando de la Cruz. Lucky's Joy for his new connections. Lucky's Joy has joined Tay. Alberto Burgos with Zappin' Joe Ramos. Hadley's Max. Like Cupid's Runaway, both here in the starter sprint for Randy Klopp. Now Luis Contreras send the first favorite 2-5 on Cupid's Runaway. The 10-time winner at 5.5 furlongs. One more. Sando Sanjor with Do You Wanna Dance? Up comes the 5-time winner, Do You Wanna Dance? All 10 races on the main track. Main track money just past the 2 o'clock hour Eastern, the Renegade. Wayne running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Tay sharply away. Lucky's Joy is right there looking to match strides early with Tay, who gets the jump on them from the rail for Manny Esquivel. Tay to the top from Lucky's Joy, who now pursues the pace. Will break it 2.5 to Zappin', who's running in third by a length and a half. Hadley's Max in the black cap near the rail running in fourth. On the outside, the first favorite, Cupid's Runaway, running second to last. And after a couple of furlongs, Do You Want to Dance trails here in the Wednesday opener. Muddy track and the quarter blasted past in 21.65 seconds. Tay leads the way. Lucky's Joy now coming with a bid for Fernando de la Cruz. Tay and Lucky's Joy to the attack as they hit the quarter pole. With Zappin' coming up on the outside now with a move. Nearest the inside, Hadley's Max straightens away in fourth. Cupid's Runaway has that big white blaze down the center of the track, and Cupid's Runaway still has 8 lengths to find and a furlong to do so. It's Lucky's Joy charging after Tay past the 16th, and Hadley's Max looking to make that decisive split now. Here's Hadley's Max for Joe Ramos. Hadley Max splits them. Tay digs in. Photo finish. Hadley's Max and Tay, close call. Lucky's Joy finished third. Photo finish 103.34 after the starter sprint. 103.34. This is a photo finish. Result of the photograph, 4-1-2-3-4. Hadley's Max upsets at 14-1, takes out a photograph from 1. Tay at 46-1, just missed. Nose between them. 2 Lucky's Joy at 5-1 third, and 3 Zappin' It at 6-5 fourth. Cupid's Runaway at 4-5 unplaced. In the starter sprint, it's gone to Hadley's Max, Joe Ramos, the other Randy Klopp at 14-1. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 4 Hadley's Max with Joe Ramos. Hadley's Max is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by temperature and of hard to get even by even the score. Randy Klopp trains for Jose M. Garcia Blanco, the now 5-time winner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Hadley's Max. Got up in time. Results in 4-1 exacta, took a win photograph. $343.60 at the top of the card. 50-cent trifecta, 4-1-2. $476.55 with Zappin' It fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 4-1-2-3, paid $302.91. All 6 ran. Muddy Track, 103.34. The second of our 10. Scratch 5, YOLO Santiago, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta, scratch 5, YOLO Santiago. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3, sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Post time 2:38 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Noting the main track, now labeled Wet Fast. The opener 103.34. The main track, now labeled Wet Fast. Up next, our first race replay of the day of the starter sprint. Hope you had a bet on Hadley's Max. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Tay sharply away. Lucky's Joy is right there, looking to match strides early with Tay, who gets the jump on them from the rail for Manny Esquivel. Tay to the top from Lucky's Joy, who now pursues the pace. Will break it 2.5 to Zappin' It, who's running in third by a length and a half. Hadley's Max in the black cap, near the rail, running in fourth. On the outside, the first favorite, Cupid's Runaway, running second to last. And after a couple of furlongs, Do You Want to Dance trails here in the Wednesday opener. Muddy Track in the quarter blasted past in 21.65 seconds. Tay leads the way. Lucky's Joy now coming with a bid for Fernando de la Cruz. Tay and Lucky's Joy to the attack as they hit the quarter pole. With Zappin' It coming up on the outside now with a move. Nearest the inside, Hadley's Max straightens away in fourth. Cupid's Runaway has that big white blaze down the center of the track, and Cupid's Runaway still has 8 lengths to find and a furlong to do so. It's Lucky's Joy charging after Tay past the 16th, and Hadley's Max looking to make that decisive split now. Here's Hadley's Max for Joe Ramos. Hadley Max splits them. Tay digs in. Photo finish. Hadley's Max and Tay, close call.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced, went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Sheneveli. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott. Tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá. Soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
The horses call postward now for the second race. This sprint carded at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 5. Number 5, Yolo Santiago, has been scratched. No superfecta wagering. Scratch the 5, Yolo Santiago. Exacta trifecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 on a track now labeled Wet Fast. If you're just joining, again, we are off the turf. All main track card. Main track Wet Fast ahead of race 2 with 2 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick 4. Wet Fast track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Alberto Burgos with Good Sugar. Fernando de la Cruz, Spot on Justice. Exits the William Henry Harrison handicap. Spot on Justice has joined Good Sugar. Now Mitchell Murrell with Mr. Negativity. Luis Contreras and the 16-time winner, Tale of Fame. Tale of Fame, like Mr. Negativity, both for Randy Klopp. Won the opener with Hadley's Max. One more. Business Model, Joe Ramos, riding for the first double. Track now wet fast. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. And Spot on Justice broke a beat slow, drifts back toward last. Fast start for 10-year-old Tale of Fame, and Mr. Negativity is right there toward the inside. And these two, both for Randy Klopp, they're going head-to-head. It's Mr. Negativity, and Mitchell Murrell has a maroon pom-pom on the cap. And with Luis Contreras, Tale of Fame is vying for the early lead past the half-mile pole after breaking last. Spot on Justice is perched just off them third. The Good Sugar is running second to last, and Business Model trails the quintet on this now wet fast track, the quarter 22.25 seconds. So here's Spot on Justice, who's ranging up now for Fernando de la Cruz. Spot on Justice to take on Tale of Fame and Mr. Negativity toward the rail. Business Model's gearing up. Business Model in the black cap coming on the far outside. Good Sugar is last into the stretch. With the rail is Mr. Negativity. Spot on Justice is fighting hard with 1 furlong to go. Tale of Fame has dropped back. Good Sugar toward the inside, and Business Model as they come past the 16th with Fernando de la Cruz at Spot on Justice. Mitchell Murrell and Mr. Negativity battles all the way down to the finish. Mr. Negativity with a positive result on the wire. Spot on Justice was right there too. Business Model back in third. Photo finish 103.85. Another win photograph. Hold all tickets. Three, 2, 6, 4. 3, Mr. Negativity. 6-1 first. 2, Spot on Justice at even money. Denied by Mr. Negativity after the sprint. 6, Business Model. 3-2. Third and 4, Tale of Fame at 5-1 fourth. Mitchell Murrell. Randy Klopp sweeps our first double of the day. 103.85 on the now 4-time winner, Mr. Negativity. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 3, Mr. Negativity with Mitchell Murrell. It's official. Mr. Negativity is a 5-year-old Cheston Gelding by Congrats out of Half a Glance by Creative. For Roger Speeces, Speece Stable LLC, and Randy Klopp sweeps our first double of the day. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Mr. Negativity. 3-2 Exacta. After another win photograph, $29.80. 50-cent trifecta, 326, $21.05. Business model was third. There was no superfecta. 4 and 3, that's Randy Klopp's double. Hadley's Max to Mr. Negativity after sprints. A Klopp double for 202.60 for the leading conditioner at the meet. Went fast track, 103.85. In the third, scratch 3 Me Sargento. 3 Me Sargento has been scratched. 8 Save My Town, the jockey Alberto Burgos. Alberto Burgos rides the 8, Save My Town. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3 on the maiden. Post time 3:05. And they're off. And Spot on Justice broke a beat slow, drifts back toward last. Fast start for 10-year-old Tale of Fame, and Mr. Negativity is right there toward the inside. And these two, both for Randy Klopp, they're going head-to-head. It's Mr. Negativity, and Mitchell Murrell has a maroon pom-pom on the cap. And with Luis Contreras, Tale of Fame is vying for the early lead past the half-mile pole after breaking last. Spot on Justice is perched just off them third. The Good Sugar is running second to last, and Business Model trails the quintet on this now wet fast track, the quarter 22.25 seconds. So here's Spot on Justice, who's ranging up now for Fernando de la Cruz. Spot on Justice to take on Tale of Fame, and Mr. Negativity toward the rail. Business Model's gearing up. Business Model in the black cap coming on the far outside. Good Sugar is last into the stretch. With the rail is Mr. Negativity. Spot on Justice is fighting hard with 1 furlong to go. Tale of Fame has dropped back. Good Sugar toward the inside, and Business Model as they come past the 16th with Fernando de la Cruz at Spot on Justice. Mitchell Murrell and Mr. Negativity battles all the way down to the finish. Mr. Negativity with a positive result on the wire. Spot on Justice was right there too. Business Model.
Randy Klopp's world, we're just living in it as Mr. Negativity battles back on the rail. A tough luck second for your favorite who missed the break, rushed up, poked the head in front, had to settle for less today. And if you're still alive in that early pick 5 or pick 4, certainly wish you the best of luck. An intriguing start in here with a couple of beaten favorites again off the turf, and favorites are going up in flames. We'll see if that trend continues in here, but this race a little bit more even from a betting perspective than our first 2 races, in which we saw a couple of 2-5s and 3-5s. Me Sargento out of the upcoming 3rd race. This one for 3-year-old state bred competition, going a mile and a 16th in here on a muddy main track. Scratch that 3 out of this event, and I happen to fancy the 5 quite a bit. And Brujo de Amor, me not a Spanish speaker, Antonio de Duran in here, Fernando de la Cruz going to don the classic silks of Rancho Monarca Racing in here, and a horse who I thought ran very well on the stretch out last time out. It was second start off the layoff, so there was expected improvement, and they battled all the way around the racetrack with the heavily backed chalk that day. Now, fairness and honesty, they did get away with a pretty slow opening quarter, 25.17. So the fractions were not daunting by any means. But anytime you can duel the chalk into submission, you have my attention. And they were honestly nailed by a long shot that got the nose down for maybe one jump. An Air Charger who won at a huge number that day and took a beneficiary of a perfect trip. This horse re-rallied in the gallop out and showcased, at least to my eye, that they love the added ground today. I don't think necessarily needs the lead, has shown the ability to pass horses in the lane, did so in both the first 2 starts of the career. Now, I know those first 2 starts finished 8th and 6th. However, they originally were in 9th and finished 8th, and originally in 7th and finished 6th. So they showed the ability to pass horses, at least in some capacity. So may not need the lead in here, but I think will be stronger. Second start off the layoff and 3rd time getting Lasix as well. Fernando de la Cruz looking for yet another win in his mantle. 5-1, a great value player in here. But Save My Town is just frankly cold on the board. 8-5 morning line. Currently 4-1, the DRF algorithm projecting that this horse goes off somewhere near 5-2 when it's all said and done. Alberto Burgos looking to keep his winning ways alive. It should be noted that Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Is not going to be aboard Save My Town. They're going to go to Alberto Burgos. Jockey-trainer combination you don't see all that often here is Alberto teaming up with Gennaro. But when they do, they have had success. They're winning at 17%. It's only a small sample size of only 12 starts on the year. Projects to be the pace in here. Has been the beaten favorite in the past 2, and bettors seemingly a little bit cautious after getting beat the last 2 starts down to favoritism. Morning lines there. We'll see if the results are as well. 4-1, Save My Town. Going to have to use some giddy up out of the starting gate to avoid being very wide into that first turn, which will come up. But how about Trusted Image? Interesting in here for the Lauer gang. Lauer's own train and bred. This sired horse out of Reddy's Image, by Reddy's Image out of More Trust, draws the eye of Jareth Loveberry. He brings his talents and services to Horseshoe Indianapolis for the 2nd time this season. He's winning at 16% around the country, and he'll take over from Joseph Bielmer. This is a horse who took a ton of late love last time out. I always make note of some unique wagering. They loaded the gate at 8-1. They went off at 4-1 and really had a good trip, just closed evenly in the lane, could not catch your top 2 runners in Imminent Forecast and Forever Greedy as well. So somebody loved this horse last time. We'll see if it happens again. They're 5-1 right now. They're projected to go off right at a perfect morning line of 3-1. Second start off the layoff and stretching out for a horse who did run well last time around 2 turns, or last year around 2 turns. And in fact, the 2-year-old showcased an ability to handle ground, which not many can say in this field. Second start of the career, ran 2nd going a mile. Then they ran 2nd by a nose. They actually lost a photo finish going a mile and 70 yards. So this is a horse who's run very well around 2 turns. I expect this one to improve today. Second start off the layoff, and you get the talented rider known as J Love in the saddle. A field of 7 set to battle it out. One will return a maiden no more. Still upgraded now from a muddy track up to a wet, fast track. So that track condition getting better with each and every moment. The track crew doing a great job. But interesting to say, Fervent Prayer currently 2-1 off that 15-1 morning line. Does somebody know something I don't? We'll find out 5 minutes from now.
The horses call postward now for the third race. The maiden here over the mile and a 16th on a wet, fast rated track. A field of 7. Number 3, Me Sargento, has been withdrawn by Tony Duran. Scratch 3, Me Sargento. 8, Save My Town, a jockey change to Alberto Burgos. Alberto Burgos on the 3 race made in the 8, Save My Town. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden, Alex Ashard with Fervent Prayer. Fernanda de la Cruz with Embrujo de Amor. Embrujo de Amor has joined Fervent Prayer. Now Amigo Meister. Mitch Morrow riding for a double. Hadley's Max and Mr. Negativity, our first two sprint winners. Santo Sanjor, Sig 45 is in. Trusted Image. Jared Flubbery rides 3 today. Santo Sanjor, Sig 45. Rodney Prescott with Millard's Legacy facing up to the gate. At 1 mile and a 16th. One more, Alberto Burgos with Save My Town. Wet fast track rating. They're in the gate. They're off. And here's Trusted Image, away sharply. Toward the inside, Fervent Prayer, Amigo Meister, also with Early Run, and Brujo de Amor, another close one, and Save My Town. White with the turquoise stars is 5 deep as they charge into the first turn. Toward the inside, it's Fervent Prayer, who has pole position for Alex Ashard, and right there is Amigo Meister. And Brujo de Amor in the 3-path, with Trusted Image running 4 wide, and Save My Town is out there on the ledge as they go to the back of the track. Toward the inside is Millard's Legacy in the purple cap, and Sig 45 has drifted back to last. The opening quarter in 23.74 seconds. It's Fervent Prayer. So Fervent Prayer leads here from a close-up Amigo Meister. Save My Town is covering a lot of ground and is vying for third with a Brujo de Amor. Trusted Image has lost ground now. Trusted Image is back in 5th. Millard's Legacy with the rail, and Sig 45 still held up in last. The half mile, 46.72 seconds. They enter the far turn, Fervent Prayer. So Fervent Prayer leads to 3 furlongs from home. In front here of Amigo Meister now by better than 2. As they come toward the quarter pole, Millard's Legacy is now in 3rd. And Fervent Prayer is stretching them out as they come toward the top of the stretch. Save My Town has dropped back sharply. Trusted Image and Brujo de Amor vied and has also dropped back. Sig 45 yet to gain. Fervent Prayer leads her home 3/4 in 1 minute 11.51 seconds with Alex Ashard. The son of Take Charge Indy, Fervent Prayer is clear by 5 into the furlong grounds. For Millard's Legacy vying for second with Amigo Meister, they battle it out. Fervent Prayer first past the 16th pole and then Save My Town back in 4th. As they come down toward the finish, it's Fervent Prayer at second asking and Fervent Prayer with enough left in the tank to win by 2. Amigo Meister was second, Millard's Legacy third, a gap away, Trusted Image finished fourth. $146.79 after the maiden. 1-2-4-7 the run order. 1 Fervent Prayer. 3-1 first. 2 Amigo Meister. 10-1 second. Game effort. 4 Millard's Legacy. At 7-2 was third and 7 Trusted Image. 5-2 fourth but well beaten. 1-2-4-7. Alex Ashard for Tony Granitz. Son of Take Charge Indy. The second time starter was 3-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 1 Fervent Prayer with Alex Ashard. Fervent Prayer is a 3-year-old. Dark Mayor Brown gelding by Take Charge Indy. At a Casey Song and a Prayer by Song and a Prayer. Racing for Rado Kelly. Perry Harrison's Horseshoe Racing LLC. And Tony Granitz with the Cubs tee on. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Fervent Prayer out to the maiden ranks. Race 3 official. One two Exacta, paid $81.60. First pick 3 on the card, combining Hadley's Max with Mr. Negativity with Fervent Prayer. It's a 4-3-1 50-cent pick 3 winning ticket. Returns an even $266. 50-cent trifecta, 1-2-4, $60.60. 3-1 double, $116.80. Trusted Image 4th in the maiden, 10-cent superfecta, 1-2-4-7. Paid $53.48. 7 ran, wet fast track, 146.79 after the running of race 3. In the 4th race, again, a short period of time between races. Shortening up the card here today. So far, wet fast track. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. Sole main track card. 4th race maiden, 1 mile, 70 yards. Note the distance there, 1 mile, 70 yards. From the next one, scratch 2, Bougie Beach, 3, Rainbow Rania, 4, Good Going, the 5, Oraculus, take out the 7, Starship Liberty, the 8, Hayaka, 10, Tarshi, scratch 12, Emissary, 13, Livin' La Vida Coco, and the 16, Run Lily. There's no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. That's been canceled on an all main track card. No $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, 50-cent pick 3 wagering, races 4, 5, and 6. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Post time in just 16 minutes. Now scheduled for 3:33. They're off. And here's Trusted Image. Away sharply. Toward the inside, Fervent Prayer. Amigo Meister also with Early Run. And Brujo de Amor, another close one. And Save My Town. White with the turquoise stars is 5 deep as they charge into the first turn. Toward the inside, it's Fervent Prayer, who has pole position for Alex Achard. And right there is Amigo Meister. And Brujo de Amor in the 3 path, with Trusted Image running 4 wide, and Save My Town is out there on the ledge as they go to the back of the track. Toward the inside is Millard's Legacy in the purple cap, and Sig 45 has drifted back to last. The opening quarter in 23.74 seconds. It's Fervent Prayer. So Fervent Prayer leads here from a close-up Amigo Meister. Save My Town is covering a lot of ground and is vying for third with a Brujo de Amor. Trusted Image has lost ground now. Trusted Image is back in 5th. Millard's Legacy with the rail, and Sig 45 still held up in last. The half mile, 46.72 seconds. They enter the far turn, Fervent Prayer. So Fervent Prayer leads to 3 furlongs from home. In front here of Amigo Meister now by better than 2. As they come toward the quarter pole, Millard's Legacy is now in 3rd. And Fervent Prayer is stretching them out as they come toward the top of the stretch. Save My Town has dropped back sharply. Trusted Image and Brujo de Amor vied and has also dropped back. Sig 45 yet to gain. Fervent Prayer leads for home, 3/4 in 1 minute 11.51 seconds with Alex Achard. The son of Take Charge Indy, Fervent Prayer is clear by 5 into the furlong grounds. For Millard's Legacy vying for second with Amigo Meister, they battle it out. Fervent Prayer first past the 16th pole, and then Save My Town back in 4th. As they come down toward the finish, it's Fervent Prayer at second asking, and Fervent Prayer with enough left in the tank to win by 2. Amigo Meister was second, Millard's Legacy 3rd, a gap away, Trusted Image. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in this upcoming 4th race maiden, in this upcoming 4th race, a late jockey change. This jockey change just in. Number 15, Stage Right, will now be ridden by Cesar Orantes. The weight's okay there at 124. Late jockey change here in race 4. Number 15, Stage Right, will now be ridden by Cesar Orantes in the maiden over the 1 mile 70 yards.
Fervent Prayer Need Not Any Prayers. Never look like a loser. Somebody knew something. 15-1 morning line returns $6.80. Goes off at 3-1. And is likely the easiest 3-1 you ever had for the backers. But I couldn't find Fervent Prayer. That was a tough one to see on the stretch out. Second start off the layoff, but was an expensive sales price and should have dove a little bit deeper. I didn't see much breeding for 2 turns on Fervent Prayer, but that one comes home an easy winner in here. Upcoming 4th event, our first off-turf event of the day, 1, 6, 9, 11, 14 and 15 are the brave souls who remain in this off-turf event. We'll race on the dirt. A wet, fast dirt at that, 1 mile and 70 yards in here. Let's take a look at this field. Mike Maker and Joe Ramos currently favored at 7-5 with Big Air, but I'm going to go a different direction in here with Theatrics. Georgie Arnold and this 3-year-old filly by Street Boss out of Stage Fight is, bred to handle the turf, but I think can run on any surface. Has shown a ton of good early speed, and that's what I like about Theatrics. Showed good speed in a restricted maiden special weight event at Keeneland, going relatively quick on the front end, and then last time out ran into Chad Brown runner in Brown Sugar, who was 1-9 and came home an easy winner out. But I was impressed with the way Theatrics battled throughout. They wanted to be on the turf course that day. It was the first time around 2 turns, and she led them a very long ways. In fact, she had the lead at the top of the lane, and when she was headed, she fought on admirably. She was still 6 lengths clear of the 3rd place runner, who was then 6 more lengths clear to the 4th place runner. So you can kind of tell the 1-9 favorite really strung out this field, but Theatrics chased home admirably and beat home the rest of the horses in that race, and should improve second time around 2 turns. And obviously the connections believe she handled the dirt well. Otherwise, they would have just scratched out of this event. So Theatrics is going to be the one for me. She's got a ton of upside. Second time around 2 turns, and she did lose to a 1-9 last time out, so do not be fooled that she went off at 13-1. Everyone was a huge price when the 1-9 Brown Sugar did come home to score. We'll see if Theatrics can improve today. But Dairy Girl has an experience edge over much of this field. And oftentimes in races like these, maiden races, experience is not always what you want. But I think this Dale Romans trainee may have a little bit of muddied up form. Now, 2-1 is not really a huge overlay by any means. Sammy Bermuda is going to be aboard. I did think the top 2 kind of had it all their own way in a race of their own last time out between Beach Wedding and Humboldt. They were well clear of Dairy Girl. Now, I didn't love it visually. When she was headed, she broke to the lead. She cleared off early on in that race, and when she was headed, she was kind of swarmed and had quite literally no response. However, if you look into the numbers, it was her first start off of a long layoff. She hadn't been seen since March on the synthetic, and the final time came back fairly quick. It was a race that fits right in with this field. So while I didn't love how quickly she waved the white flag and really didn't show much fight, like a 0 for 10 horse would, there is some upside. The race was quick, second start off the layoff, and I think she'll run better than maybe the form would suggest today, but it looks like there's not a whole lot of value as she is projected to go off at 9-5. The value of the race may come from your outside runner, number 14, the also eligible that draws in for John Heron, Momentario. Heron's been active in the claiming box. He's picked up a couple of horses. He picks up this one for himself. Alberto Burgos going to be aboard. He'll make the equipment change in here. The blinkers going on. He doesn't always throw the blinkers on. In fact, thus far when he puts the blinkers on, he hasn't yet been able to find a winner, and he doesn't always have a ton of success first start off the claim. However, part of that could be because he wants to see what he's got. He's not a guy who's looking for a quick buck, a quick turnaround, or anything like that. I like that this horse is in a protected spot. They're obviously fine with what they see, and they want Momentario coming back to their barn when it's all said and done. This is a horse who had not a very good journey last time out. Was the 4-5 favorite, was 5 or 6 wide the entire journey. This horse was stuck out in the parking lot as your 4-5 favorite. May not have the most determination at this stage of her career early on. I haven't seen a whole lot of fight in her races. We'll see if that changes with the feeding program of John Heron, but I like that he's claiming horses. He's running them in protected spots, and this is the value of the race. At 7-1, Burgo's going to be aboard. We're 4 minutes away from that late fire 5. We've got some rapid time between races. Storms are approaching. We're on pace to have a big payout in that early pick 5. And if you want a piece of this late fire 5, you better get in now because you can't win it if you're not in it. They'll be at the gate in 4 minutes, and no, I am not lying. They will be at the gate in 4 minutes. Good luck.
Maiden fillies coming onto the track now for the 4th race. This one of 3 taken off the turf course, all main track hard. Main track wet fast. The maiden here at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 6. Scratch 2, Bougie Beach. 3, Rainbow Rania. 4, Good Going. 5, Oraculus. Take out the 7, Starship Liberty, and 8, Hayaka. Scratch 10, Tarshi. 12, Emissary. 13, Livin' La Vida Coco. And the 16, Run Lily. There's a late jockey change here for the 15 stage right. The 9 race maiden ridden by Cesar Orantes. Cesar Orantes on 15 stage right. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. Maiden starts the 50-cent late pick 5. 2 minutes to post time. Wet fast track. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden starts the 50-cent late pick 5. All main track card if you're just joining. Track wet fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70-yard start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. The daughter of Vacoma, Big Air. Joe Ramos won the opener. There's Big Air. There's the gold dots on the black sleeves and cap. Sammy Ramirez with Derry Girl. Santo Sanjor with Total Class coming up. Theatrics. 3-2 favorite. Gavin Ashton for Rusty Arnold. Theatrics installed at 3-2 odds. Now Alberto Burgos with Momentario. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Cesar Orantes with Stage Right. They're in the gate. They're off. Total Class. Theatrics toward the inside. Derry Girl settles. Nearest the inside is Big Air. On the outside, Momentario and Stage Right as they make their way into the first turn. It's Total Class. Total Class being opposed in the early stages by Theatrics and Momentario up in the 3-path as these leaders go to the back of this wet fast track and try leaders at the 6.5. Big Air with the rail, joined by Derry Girl, and Stage Right has dropped back to last. The opening quarter in 23.25 seconds, Total Class. So leading with the rail for Santo Sanjor, it's Total Class, who's just in front as Gavin Ashton has Theatrics right there with the leader. They're a neck apart. On the outside is Momentario, who's running 3 deep uncovered for Alberto Burgos. In the meantime, Joe Ramos and Big Air has those gold dots on the black sleeves, making progress with the rail. Simmer Bermudez and Derry Girl between horses, and the one detached is Stage Right. Half mile in 46.12 seconds. They enter the far turn, Theatrics. Theatrics has taken the lead from Total Class, who tries to kick with Theatrics as they come toward the top of the stretch. Derry Girl now in scoring range. Big Air has moved up into third, Momentario fourth. Total Class showed speed but has dropped back significantly, and Stage Right is a remote trailer. Heads are turned for home, 3/4 in 1 minute 11.84 seconds. These maiden fillies just over a furlong away, and it is Derry Girl who's taken the lead. Big Air now ducks near the inside parts of the track. Theatrics against the rail is back into third. They come past the 16th with Sammy Bermudez. It's Derry Girl. Derry Girl in her 11th run. Derry Girl, second to none. 1 by 4. Big Air was the runner-up. Theatrics third. Less a gap, more a chasm to Momentario. Back and forth. 143.45 after the maiden fillies. Unofficial order. 6, 1, 11, 14 after race 4. 6, Dairy Girl. At 8 to 5 was first. 1, Big Air. 9 to 5 on the runner-up. 11, Theatrics. At 9 to 5 was third for the formful trifecta. And the 14, Momentario, while well beaten at 6 to 1 odds, was fourth. Sammy Bermudez, daughter of Honor AP for Dale Romans, Sea Warrior Stables, Dan Murphy. She's off the mark in her 11th start. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Dairy Girl with Sammy Bermudez. Dairy Girl is a 3-year-old dark bay brown filly by Honor AP, out of Joyeria by Medaglia d'Oro. Bred in Kentucky by Andrew and Warren. Dale Romans trains for Dan Murphy's Sea Warrior Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Dairy Girl, Diploma Day. Race 4 official. Six one exacta paid $13.60. Pick $3 $87. The 50-cent trifecta, 6-1-11. Theatrics ran third. $6.85. 1-6 double, $28.20. Momentario fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 6-1-11, 14, coming back $1.83. 143.45. Wet Fast Track. Race 5 next on the docket. No scratches. 1 speed bias. The jockey Jareth Ludbury. Jareth Ludbury with a couple of more rides here on the Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Jareth Ludbury here partners 1 speed bias. Open 6 to 5 favorite. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Start of the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Post time just past the top of the hour. Wet Fast Track at 4:01. It's due. They're in the gate. They're off. Total Class. Theatrics. Toward the inside, Dairy Girl settles. Nearest the inside is Big Air. On the outside, Momentario and Stage Right as they make their way into the first turn. It's Total Class. Total Class being opposed in the early stages by Theatrics and Momentario up in the 3-path as these leaders go to the back of this Wet Fast Track and try leaders at the 6.5. Big Air with the rail, joined by Dairy Girl, and Stage Right has dropped back to last. The opening quarter in 23.25 seconds, Total Class. So leading with the rail for Santo Sanjor, it's Total Class, who's just in front as Gavin Ashton has Theatrics right there with the leader. They're a neck apart. On the outside is Momentario, who's running 3 deep uncovered for Alberto Burgos. In the meantime, Joe Ramos in Big Air has those gold dots on the black sleeves, making progress with the rail. Simmer Bermudez and Derry Girl between horses, and the one detached is Stage Right. Half mile in 46.12 seconds. They enter the far turn, Theatrics. Theatrics has taken the lead from Total Class, who tries to kick with Theatrics as they come toward the top of the stretch. Derry Girl now in scoring range. Big Air has moved up into third, Momentario fourth. Total Class showed speed but has dropped back significantly, and Stage Right is a remote trailer. Heads are turned for home, 3/4 in 1 minute 11.84 seconds. These maiden fillies just over a furlong away, and it is Derry Girl who's taken the lead. Big Air now ducks near the inside parts of the track. Theatrics against the rail is back into third. They come past the 16th with Simmer Bermudez. It's Derry Girl. Derry Girl in her 11th run. Derry Girl second to none. 1 by 4. Big Air was the runner-up. Theatrics third. Less a gap, more a chasm to Momentario. Back and forth. They're in the game.
5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and in this race we have an optional claiming this really nice allowance. Honestly, it's 1 mile and a 16th on the wet fast track. The one here is the current favorite at 4 to 5. J Love is aboard in here. Speed Bias for Ron Moquette. This one coming out of a $200,000 stakes race at Churchill on April 30th, and didn't do much there. Kind of got stuck in the inside and didn't make a bid for it, but was going 1.5 miles in that race. We're back to 1 mile and a 16th, where I think that this guy is really going to shine. On a fast track, we're wet fast, is obviously drying out here, has just done most of his good work. With a little bit of moisture, he also has had a lot of good seconds and thirds. So I can't say I disagree with anybody. I mean, I've got this one on top as well. Some of his speed figures all the way up to 91 at today's distance. In the past, 90 at 1 mile and a 16th in the Razorback last year at Oaklawn. Even though it was a 7th place finish, I mean, the speed number was insane. So I think even with moisture in the track, this is a clear-cut decision for me. Plus, the rail winning at 31% clip off the freshening and dropping in class. The 4 Presidential is who I'm going to go with next. 4 is 5 to 1 right now on the tote board, and Ramos is aboard this one for Steve Asmussen. And Ramos having a very good just start to the meet. I mean, he won the opener. He's looking for a double here. He's had multiple win days. He's on this 6-year-old horse who gets the jockey switch to Ramos, which I think is a positive. And Steve brings this one up from Texas. Been training at Turfway. Look at that. 1 minute and 1, breezing 6 of 13. So the only question mark here, though, is you got to look at this horse. Hasn't raced in 8 months and didn't do much there at the end. Now, Steve, obviously, one of the best trainers. He knows what he's doing. I think the 8 months off is going to help, and he brings him to this nice allowance in Indiana. The distance as well. He has good stats there. And then I'm going to go to the 6, Native Land, 5 to 2. Native Land gets Fernando de la Cruz aboard here in this race for Riley Mott, a 4-year-old colt, so younger going up against older here today. He had a really good speed figure at 1 mile and a 16th, 83 on the poly. And then I believe on the slop, it was a 94. You can't really compare that to this track, but definitely has good speed at the distance. Fernando also been hot the last 7 racing days, 6 wins, 3 seconds, 3 thirds. Just a very Fernando and Ramos neck and neck there together. And I did want to add Nathan's notes here. He had some notes on the earlier races, so it's not like I'm going to have a graphic for this, but he texted me this morning. He said, new note, follow-up. Ramos and Fernando de la Cruz are tied for most wins at Horseshoe at 32, but that was before Ramos won the opener, so I think Ramos has the edge on him here. We're just 7 minutes to race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I'm going to go with the 1, Jareth Loveberry, Ron Moquette, and Speed Bias on a track that has been favoring speed, especially on the rail. Good luck.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses stepping onto the track for the fifth race. This feature will be run over the mile and 8/16th, a field of 6. Jareth Ludbury on 1 Speed Bias leads the parade. Jareth Ludbury rides the 1. 3 to 5 on Speed Bias. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4. Presented by iToba on an all main track card. Main track, wet fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time where it's 4-5 on Speed Bias with Jareth Ludbury for Ron Moquett. Cesar Orantes with Go Emmy has joined Speed Bias. Alberto Burgos with Hearn. First run of 2025 for Presidential. Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Now 2 back. Manny Esquivel with Archie the Giza. One more. Native Land, Fernando de la Cruz for Riley Mott. Wet Fast Track. 4-5 on Speed Bias. It's the Wednesday feature here over the mile and a 16th. They're in the gate. And they're off. Archie the Giza starts well. Nearest the inside, Speed Bias for the early lead with Jareth Ludbury. Speed Bias has taken the lead from Native Land, who strides up into second as they enter the first turn. Go Emmy with, on the outside, Hearn. They have just over 7 furlongs to run. After breaking sharp enough, Archie the Giza in behind horses, running second to last. And while making his 6-year-old seasonal bow, Presidential has dropped back to last at the 6.5 at Speed Bias. It's a real easy lead for Speed Bias. Speed Bias leads here by 2 to Native Land, who follows. Archie the Giza through into third from Hearn. Then comes Go Emmy, that next grand between horses, held up second to last, and will settle back by Joe Ramos. Presidential still trails the sextet. The opening quarter in 24.50 seconds. Odds on Speed Bias. So Speed Bias dictates terms. Leads here by a length and a half to Native Land. Archie the Giza, Go Emmy third and fourth. Hearn, fifth on the far outside. Presidential trail still 8 lengths from leader to last, and it's Speed Bias in control. Half mile in 48.27 seconds, steady as he goes. Speed Bias with inside 3 furlongs to go from Native Land, who's making a bid on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz to take Speed Bias on at the quarter pole on even terms. Racing 3 clear from Archie the Giza, Hearn on the far outside. Presidential's picked up Go Emmy. They straighten away after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 11.60 seconds, Native Land runs at Speed Bias, and these two kick for the furlong grounds. Native Land, Speed Bias the inner. Speed Bias sticking that neck out for Jareth Ludbury. Native Land is battling hard too. And then comes Hearn into third. Speed Bias repels Native Land. Speed Bias. Speed Bias cutting back from 1.5 miles, gets the result from Native Land. Hearn ran third, and then Go Emmy with Archie the Giza and Presidential trail throughout. $142.92 after the feature of the day. 142.92, 163.21 Speed Bias. 4-5 first, 6. Native Land at 3-1 was the runner-up to Speed Bias. Favorite takes it out. 3 Hearn, 10-1 third, and 2 Go Emmy back in fourth. Jareth Ludbury, 1,960 career wins now. Here for Ron Moquett, Keith Johnston, and William Sparks, the son of Uncle Mo, at 4-5 in the feature. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1 Speed Bias with Jareth Ludbury. Speed Bias is a 6-year-old bank gelding by Uncle Mo. And a Hot Summer by Malibu Moon. Ronwell Quatrains for Keith F. Johnston and William S. Sparks. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Speed Bias. Winning jockey Jareth Ludbury riding in this Saturday's the Ohio Derby at Jack Thistledown on Chunk of Gold for Ethan W. West. Race 5 official, the feature here today. 1-6 exact at $10.60. 50-cent trifecta, 1-6-3 and even $14. 6-1 double paid $16.60. Go Emmy back and forth. The 10-cent superfecta, there's that result in. 1-6-3-2, $13.41. Pick 3, $13.95. The 50-cent early pick 5, $6,693 and change. The $1 early pick 4, $497.20. There's that 50-cent late pick 5, $6,993.70 on 5 of 5. Sixth race, just a short time away. Scratch 4, She's a Whirlwind. No pentafactor wagering. Scratch the 4. 5, Sierra Empire, the jockey Sammy Bermudez has a win on the card. Sammy Bermudez on 5, Sierra Empire. Exacted trifecta, superfecta. Again, scratch the grand high 5. No pentafacta, double pick 3. Post time, 4:26. And they're off. Archie the Giza starts well. Nearest the inside, Speed Bias for the early lead with Jareth Ludbury. Speed Bias has taken the lead from Native Land, who strides up into second as they enter the first turn. Go Emmy with, on the outside, Hearn. They have just over 7 furlongs to run after breaking sharp enough. Archie the Giza in behind horses, running second to last, and while making his 6-year-old seasonal bow, Presidential has dropped back to last at the 6.5 at Speed Bias. It's a real easy lead for Speed Bias. Speed Bias leads here by 2 to Native Land, who follows. Archie the Giza through into third from Hearn. Then comes Go Emmy, that next gray in between horses, held up second to last, and will settle back by Joe Ramos. Presidential still trails the sextet. The opening quarter in 24.50 seconds. Odds on Speed Bias. So Speed Bias dictates terms. Leads here by a length and a half to Native Land. Archie the Giza, Go Emmy third and fourth. Hearn, fifth on the far outside. Presidential trails still 8 lengths from leader to last, and it's Speed Bias in control. Half mile in 48.27 seconds, steady as he goes. Speed Bias with inside 3 furlongs to go from Native Land, who's making a bid on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz to take Speed Bias on at the quarter pole on even terms. Racing 3 clear from Archie the Giza, Hearn on the far outside. Presidential's picked up Go Emmy. They straighten away after 3 quarters. In 1 minute 11.60 seconds, Native Land runs at Speed Bias, and these two kick for the furlong grounds. Native Land, Speed Bias the inner. Speed Bias sticking that neck out for Jareth Ludbury. Native Land is battling hard too. And then comes Hearn into third. Speed Bias repels Native Land. Speed Bias. Speed Bias cutting back from 1.5 miles, gets the result from Native Land.
While I don't aspire to be an inside or outside bias person, it does appear that the rail is very good. We've had some horses battle back on the inside to win going away. Jareth Loveberry gets everything he needs out of your 4 to 5 favorite in the feature to kick off that Itoba pick 4. We got some weather coming in, so we're going to go relatively fast through this one. 6 minutes away from race number 6, scratch number 4. She's a Whirlwind, 3-year-old fillies state bred competition, 1.70 miles on a fast main track. Keep you posted on that track condition. Hopefully we can get through the card before the rain does join us. But I happen to like Mart's Rosie quite a bit in here for Tommy Medina, having himself a banner meet. 20% this 4-year-old filly by Slope. Has 2 wins from 17 starts and goes second start off the layoff. Couldn't hold off an on-charging Rafaela last time out, as those two are well clear of your third place finisher in what was a strung out field. That was at the claiming ranks, now at the allowance ranks, but it seems like a good spot to land. If you're going to try the allowance races, I think Mart's Rosie is in with a big shot in here and should improve. Second start off the layoff, but not going to provide much value in here. 3-1 DRF algorithm projects 5-2. But what's interesting to me is Tommy Medina, second start off the layoff, wins at 11%, but a disastrous ROI, 40 cents on the dollar for that ROI, despite the percentage not being that bad. So Mart's Rosie, not going to help that today. 3-1, currently your second choice is a spread out betting board. The favoritism at this point goes to Sarah Smiles, surprisingly. 10-1 on that morning line, 3-1. Currently co-favored is Sarah Smiles. Mitch Murrow looking for his riding double. He had a win earlier today with trainer Randy Klopp. 1 win from 9 starts is this 4-year-old filly by Royal Artillery, but that win did come some time ago. In fact, it came almost a year ago to the day, July 17th, in which she looked great pre-race, and she outbroke the rest of the field and kind of stayed on throughout, and it looked like she was going to be beaten, and she got a miracle head bob, and she needed it. She was 1-5 that day. Since then, the rails have come off, but bettors believe this 4-year-old filly is going to wake up today. Right now, 3-1 on the board off that 10-1 morning line. The 7 is going to get you. You saw Women of Racing earlier today, a feature here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Rachel and the team have done a great job featuring some of the finest horse women around the country, let alone here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And how about this for some girl power? Tiana Richardville owns, trains, and bred this 3-year-old filly, and she gets Hannah Leahy in the saddle today. 1 win from 9 starts. Could be the speed of the speed on the engine early. I think they're going to play Catch Me If You Can. They didn't go to the lead last time out, and they didn't put in much of an effort. They went off at 10-1, really never got into it. I think they're going to put her right back where she wants to be and in front to try and hold off the others. She'll put up a fight once she's headed. We'll see if she can find the lead today. 3-1 on the board. Maybe a small field, but an interesting betting race right now. Bettors are spread out all around. It looks like 6 horses are taking action. There's only really 1 horse that's not getting much love at the wagering windows. 3 minutes away from race number 6. They'll be at the gate before you know it. You can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
The horses called postward for the 6th race. This race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 6. Scratch 4, She's a Whirlwind. No pentafecta wagering. Scratch the 4. 5 Sierra Empire, the jockey Sammy Bermudez on 5 Sierra Empire. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Main track now upgraded to fast. Close to a starting time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Less than 1 minute. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading into the true center starting gate, Jose Gutierrez with Martz Rosie. Santo Sanjor, Classic Kitten coming up, joins Martz Rosie. Sarah Smiles, 8-5 favorite. Mitchell Murrell on the Wednesday score sheet. Sierra Empire, Sammy Bermudez has a win on the card. 2 back. Alberto Burgos with Bicar Betty. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Hanalehi with Gonna Getcha. Main track. Fast. They're in the gate. They're off. Off to an even start. Nearest the inside, March Rosie broke sharply for Jose Gutierrez. There's Sarah Smiles in the black silks. Nearest the inside, Classic Kitten with in between horses Sierra Empire with a red cap. On the outside, Gonna Getcha. Bicar Betty has dropped back to last. The leader is March Rosie. March Rosie to the early lead as they go to the back of this now fast track. Sarah Smiles follows with Classic Kitten in the white sleeves. Gonna Getcha running in fourth by a length, and then Sierra Empire and Bicar Betty remains last. The opening quarter in 24.06 seconds. March Rosie. So March Rosie doing this nicely out in front for Jose Gutierrez. March Rosie leads by 2. Sarah Smiles continues to pursue for Mitramoral. Classic Kitten is saving ground for Santos Sanjor. Hanalehi, Gonna Getcha, taking a wider angle attack as they head toward the far turn. Bicar Betty on the far outside with a bit under Alberto Burgos, and with Samir Bermudez, Sierra Empire now trails the sextet. Half mile, 48.27 seconds. March Rosie to 3 out. It's March Rosie who continues to lead. Gonna Getcha on the far outside is nosed into second from Classic Kitten with the rail. Sarah Smiles chased the pace and has dropped back by Carbetti and Sierra Empire as these fillies mares turn for home. March Rosie has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 12.65 seconds. Top of the lane for March Rosie. March Rosie looking to finish them off for Jose Gutierrez. Edges left while clear. 1 furlong to go. March Rosie with a 3.5 length lead. Now coming inside the final 16th, and March Rosie is not for the catching. Classic Kitten and Gonna Getcha will be third best. March Rosie, wire to wire, 1 by 7. Classic Kitten was second, Gonna Getcha third, then Sarah Smiles by Carbetti and Sierra Empire. $142.76 after the fillies and mares. 1-2-7-3 unofficial 1. March Rosie, 6-5 favorite. Takes it out over 2. Classic Kitten, 7-2 the Exacta horse. 7 Gonna Getcha at 6-1 third, and 3 Sarah Smiles at 5-2 fourth. Jose Gutierrez for Thomas Medina and Blanca Salazar. March Rosie at 6-5 wires them. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle is the 1 March Rosie with Jose Gutierrez. Well rated, March Rosie is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Slope out of Vickery Rose by Vicker. Bred here in the Hoosier State by Jonas Schwartz. Thomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of March Rosie. Race 6 official. 1-2 Exacta returned $14.80. There was no Grand High Five featured. The 50-cent trifecta, 1-2-7 paid $11.60. 1-1 double $16.60. 10-cent superfecta coming back just over $5. Sarah Smiles ran fourth. And the 50-cent pick 3, $11.30. Favorite was first. 4 was a non-runner. 6 face starter Ray Kuick. Fast track, 142.76. Race 7 next. One of 3 taken off the turf course. 7th race maiden will be run on the main track over the flat mile. Scratch 1, Revs Muster. 2, Bet on Brent. Take out the 4, Sharp Strike. Scratch 6, Vino Caldo. The 8, Caradia. And scratch the also eligibles. 11, Predecessor through the 16, Atomic Snow. No superfecta wagering. No pentafecta. Fast main track for the mile. Scratch 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 through number 16. All have been scratched. 3, Liquor Talk, a jockey change to Alberto Burgos. On 3, Liquor Talk. The 7, Chow Tomaso. The rider Orlando Mejica. Ride 7, Chow Tomaso. 3, Liquor Talk. Should be noted as a first-time gelding in your program. Exacta Trifecta. Double, pick 3. Post time. Just 13 minutes away, now scheduled at 4:49 post time. They're off. Off to an even start. Nearest the inside, March Rosie broke sharply for Jose Gutierrez. There's Sarah Smiles in the black silks. Nearest the inside, Classic Kitten with in between horses Sierra Empire with a red cap. On the outside, Gonna Getcha. Bicar Betty has dropped back to last. The leader is March Rosie. March Rosie to the early lead as they go to the back of this now fast track. Sarah Smiles follows with Classic Kitten in the white sleeves. Gonna Getcha running in 4th by a length, and then Sierra Empire and Bicar Betty remains last. The opening quarter in 24.06 seconds. March Rosie. So March Rosie doing this nicely out in front for Jose Gutierrez. March Rosie leads by 2. Sarah Smiles continues to pursue for Mitramoral. Classic Kitten is saving ground for Santos Sanjor. Hanalehi, Gonna Getcha, taking a wider angle attack as they head toward the far turn. Bicar Betty on the far outside with a bit under Alberto Burgos, and with Samir Bermudez, Sierra Empire now trails the sextet. Half mile, 48.27 seconds. March Rosie to 3 out. It's March Rosie who continues to lead. Gonna Getcha on the far outside is nosed into second from Classic Kitten with the rail. Sarah Smiles chased the pace and has dropped back by Carbetti and Sierra Empire as these fillies mares turn for home. March Rosie has led them a long way. 3/4, 1 minute 12.65 seconds. Top of the lane for March Rosie. March Rosie looking to finish them off for Jose Gutierrez. Edges left while clear. 1 furlong to go. March Rosie with a 3.5 length lead. Now coming inside the final 16th. And March Rosie is not for the catching. Classic Kitten and Gonna Getcha will be third best. March Rosie, wire to wire, 1 by 7. Classic Kitten was second. Gonna Getcha third. Then Sarah Smiles by Carbetti and Sierra.
We're just 6 minutes to race 7. I'm going to go over this quickly. We are trying to get these this race and the next race in before our storm hits. There is already a tornado watch in effect, so some inclement weather coming this way. And Rob, who is our mutual manager, helps us set some really competitive post times, said that it says that around 4:45 now is when it's going to roll in. I'm going to go 5.93 here. This was an MTO. It's a maiden claiming 12.5. Some scratches in here, but I went with the 5 on top. Right now, the current favorite at 3-5 in here, Sir Gallivant. Sippy Contreras is the trainer who has his mini Esquivel aboard. This dam has 3 winners from 5 starters. We're dropping down from maiden claiming for from 30 to 12.5. And they've had a hot duo. Manny and Sippy really always do well together. 2 wins, a second and a third out of 7 starts. And then I'm going to go to the 9 in here. Mike Check. Haha, Mike Check 1-2. Joe Billmere is up for Byron Hughes, a 3-year-old colt. First time starter. Has been working at the Thoroughbred Training Facility, June 13th. 15-4 breezing, a gate work. Love to see that. A gate work on March 22nd. I think they've taken their time with him. And then the 3 is who I'm going to go with, Liquor Talk. Liquor Talk right now on the board at 7-1. Alberto Burgess aboard here. Amara Kranz is the trainer. This is actually a 4-year-old Ridgeling. You have to Google that if you don't know what that means. This one's coming into the same class as it has been the last 2. Turfway was claimed and moved over to the barn. Tried to main claim for 15 on the poly. Turf last time routing. We're going to do dirt. We're going to do a mile on the dirt, and I think we'll like it. 5.93 for me, as I'm going to cut this a little short. I do want to let you guys know there's also a jockey change on the 7 of Orlando Mojica in this race. And the also eligibles are all scratched, as well as the 8, 6, 4, 2 and 1, as you can see there. So I'm going to go with the heavy favorite. I agree with everybody on Sir Gallivant. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 7th race. Stepping onto the track, this will be run on the main track, the maiden over the mile. Infield of 5. Scratch 1, Revs Muster. 2, Bet on Brett. 4, Sharp Strike. Take out 6, Vino Caldo. 8, Canadia. Scratch the also eligibles 11, Predecessor Through. Number 16, Atomic Snow. No Superfecta. No Pentafecta wagering. 3, Liquor Talk. The jockey Alberto Burgos. On 3, Liquor Talk. 7, Chow Tomaso, Orlando Mexica, rides the 7. 3, Liquor Talk, a reported first-time gelding. Just a short time away from a start for the maiden mile. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Near the mile start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time loading for the maiden. Alberto Burgos, Liquor Talk first in. Manny Esquivel with Sir Gallivant coming up. Orlando Mexica with Chow Tomaso. Sir Gallivant installed the 1-5 favorite. Chow Tomaso on the all black silks. Joseph Bielmer and this newcomer, Mike Check. The Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners homebred, Mike Check. One more, Hannah Leahy with Urso Gradar. Fast track over the mile. Sir Gallivant 2-5 favorite. 10-1 Urso Radar. And they're off in the darkening skies, and a good start for Liquor Talk. Right there is Sir Gallivant. Here comes Chow Tommaso in the black silks, and unseating the jockey was the first-time starter, Mike Check. Now, Joseph Bielmer is up to his feet, but we have a loose newcomer. That is Mike Check, so a quartet left. They go to the back of the track. It's Liquor Talk, who leans nicely here from Sir Gallivant in the blue cap, with Chow Tommaso, and Urso Gradar joins Chow Tommaso. And that's the four of them. Again, Mike Check parted ways with the apprentice soon after the mile start. The opening quarter in 25.01 seconds. It is Liquor Talk. So with Alberto Burgos, Liquor Talk leads by 3/4 of length. Manny Esquivel and Sir Gallivant staying close to Liquor Talk, who leans past the half-mile pole. Orlando Mejica and Chow Tommaso nibbling at the leader's heels. Hannah Leahy and Urso Gradar racing outside of Chow Tommaso still. Liquor Talk, Sir Gallivant, Urso Gradar, and Chow Tommaso. Half mile 48.77 seconds around the far turn that way. And here's Sir Gallivant, who's on the move for Manny Esquivel. Urso Gradar's running in third, and then Chow Tommaso. Liquor Talk responds to Sir Gallivant. Head to head as they come toward the top of the stretch. Urso Gradar and Chow Tommaso. 3/4, 1 minute 13.09 seconds. These maidens have straightened away Sir Gallivant. At 1-2, Sir Gallivant has fought in front. Liquor Talk tries to respond, but is now a length in back of Sir Gallivant, who's edging away near home for Manny Esquivel. Sir Gallivant leads to the wire. 1-2 from Liquor Talk. Chow Tommaso, Urso Gradar. .139.29 after the maiden mile. There'll be an inquiry into the start. Stewards concentrating their inquiry on the 9, Mike Check. Unofficial 5-3-7-10, 5 Sir Gallivant. 1-2 favorite takes out the maiden mile over 3 Liquor Talk. 7 Chow Tommaso third, and 10 Urso Gradar was fourth. Again, an inquiry concerns just after the start of the maiden and the 9 Mike Check. The inquiry with regard to the start to the maiden mile withdrawn by the stewards. No changes will be made to the running order. Again, Joseph Bielmer did bounce up to his feet. Mike Check back to the Byron Hughes stable. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 5 Sir Gallivant with Manny Esquivel. Sir Gallivant is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Practical Joke out of Naughty Sister by Arch. Racing for trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sir Gallivant at 1-2. The favorite takes out the maiden mile. Race 7 official. 5-3 exacta paid $9.60. 50-cent trifecta, 5-3-7, $4.95. Chow Tommaso ran third. 1-5 double, $13.80. There was no superfecta, no pentafecta wagering on the maiden mile. Pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7 paid $4.65. 4 ran, 139.29. Again, there was an inquiry into the start. After that inquiry, no changes made to the running order with regard to Mike Check, a declared starter. Race 8, main track at 1 mile and 70 yards, scratch 3, True Violence, 4, Passing Judgment, 5, Pool Guy. Take out the 8, Step in Silver, 9, Jeopardy Theory. Scratch the 12, Sovereign's Joy, 14, Ice Express, the 15, Zartonis, and the 16, Corvino. The 13, Conquering Cat, a jockey change to Mitchell Murrell. A 13, Conquering Cat, Mitchell Murrell rides main track only, entered the 13, Conquering Cat. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double, final pick 3 of the day. Post time 5:22. And they're off in the darkening skies, and a good start for Liquor Talk. Right there is Sir Gallivant. Here comes Chow Tommaso in the black silks, and unseating the jockey was the first-time starter, Mike Check. Now, Joseph Bielmer is up to his feet, but we have a loose newcomer. That is Mike Check, so a quartet left. They go to the back of the track. It's Liquor Talk, who leans nicely here from Sir Gallivant in the blue cap, with Chow Tommaso, and Urso Gradar joins Chow Tommaso. And that's the 4 of them. Again, Mike Check parted ways with the apprentice soon after the mile start. The opening quarter in 25.01 seconds. It is Liquor Talk. So with Alberto Burgos, Liquor Talk leans by 3/4 of length. Manny Esquivel and Sir Gallivant staying close to Liquor Talk, who leans past the half-mile pole. Orlando Mejica and Chow Tommaso nibbling at the leader's heels. Hannah Leahy and Urso Gradar racing outside of Chow Tommaso still. Liquor Talk, Sir Gallivant, Urso Gradar, and Chow Tommaso. Half mile, 48.77 seconds around the far turn that way. And here's Sir Gallivant, who's on the move for Manny Esquivel. Urso Gradar's running in third, and then Chow Tommaso. Liquor Talk responds to Sir Gallivant. Head to head as they come toward the top of the stretch. Urso Gradar and Chow Tommaso. 3/4, 1 minute 13.09 seconds. These maidens have straightened away Sir Gallivant. At 1-2, Sir Gallivant has fought in front. Liquor Talk tries to respond, but is now a length in back of Sir Gallivant, who's edging away near home for Manny Esquivel. Sir Gallivant leads to the wire. 1-2 from Liquor Talk. Chow Tommaso, Urso Gradar.
Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
results in for Racing Rachel's Warriors. We had a tie between Carrie Worth and Bernie McGinnis, ending at $87.50, and Richard Geiger in third with $25. Thanks for playing Racing Rachel's Warriors.
Currently under a weather delay here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Under a weather delay, note the main track, races 8, 9, and 10 still to come on the card. Main track now labeled sloppy. We are under a weather delay here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Main track now labeled sloppy. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, as you see, due to the current weather situation, the remainder of today's racing card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis has now been canceled due to the weather. Live racing scheduled to resume tomorrow to wrap up a 4-day stretch. Our Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Once again, regrettably, but out of our hands due to the inclement weather in town, the remainder of today's racing card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis has been canceled. First floor OTB remains open. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino 24/7. The 8th, 9th, and 10th races, any advanced wagers on those final 3 races that were due on the now canceled card, refunds on races 8, 9, and 10. There also will be that consolation double combining the 7th and 8th races. With race 8 now being canceled, all advanced wagers on races 8, 9, and 10, those are refunds. Once again, today's racing card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis has now been canceled due to inclement weather.